Stream time! It's stream time! Stream time with Marius. Stream time with Marius. Stream time with Marius. Stream time now. Hitler.
Okay. Stream time. I'm just gonna yeah, okay. So today I am still back. What? Sick man back at it again with the streaming. How can he do this? Yeah. Also, for update, this is how my hair looks currently when it's wet though. But I'm soon thinking of trimming it because it's very long. Like, if I take it back on hair, it's like quite well. Hair is where this is where my pants go to, so it's like quite long, like down to here, and there is no apparently there is a thing called layers when it comes to hair, and lucky for me, my roommate went to hair school to learn about hair and become like aiming to become like hairdresser, but yeah. So I can get free haircut and pretty banger haircut too, hopefully. But today we're gonna be doing more of this. I'm hoping to get the head done and essentially get everything done. I don't know how realistic of a goal that is, but I am hopeful that it might be possible. I'm not sure how you know what, cause I realized when I was laying in bed today, like, oh, I need to simply finish this so that I can learn what I did wrong, and then for the next time I can do better, hopefully. Cause if I'm constantly trying to make my past mistakes, like fixing my past mistakes, I won't learn how they cascade, right? I won't know if a problem here in this stage will impact, or how it will impact the end result quite yet. And so finding that out by no, not on my keyboard. Oh, and my hairband should probably not be there either. Oh, lucky for me. Wait, I'm gonna open a window so I actually get airflow today, so I don't drown in the fumes. And I will have my trusty scarf. Oh, how will I do this? Without getting all my hair caught up in it. Jesus Christ, I've not done this, I think, before. I've not done this shit before. Okay. Okay. Do I have like a you know what? I'm just gonna connect my headset because it's gonna be difficult to tell whether or not I'm actually speaking into the microphone or not. And having the monitoring is very nice for reminding me that I'm even talking into a microphone. Bluetooth connected. I don't need Bluetooth. I don't need Bluetooth right now. I need. Yeah, like I don't need to be streaming right now. Like nobody's watching. I'm not streaming because it is like my job or anything. I'm mostly streaming right now while I'm sick to find out if that is a possibility for the like how possible that is. Like how easy is it for me to stream how easy is it for me to stream and like what conditions can I actually stream in? Because my mom and like the people who are trying to help me figure out like career stuff, they asked me how I would financially support myself, or like how I would support myself if I became sick, like burnt out or whatever, or sick, when working on with art. And my idea is that if I learn how to make art while being sick, it won't be as big of a problem, because then I can make art whenever. And so essentially one of my main goals is to make this like my career as simple for me to execute on as possible, and so opening the gates much wider rather than having like a very strict quality control or whatever, like having needing me to have if I were to require that I spend like months on each project, there would be so many more times I would not be able to create art. Whereas if I can create art even if I am coughing to death, that indicates that I can actually perform this on a like I can actually do this. Whereas if I were to get sick with a normal, like regular day job, I would probably not be encouraged to even get out of bed. Whereas now I'm kind of like, ooh, I want to get out of bed because I want to continue making the things that I'm making. That's why I'm going so strongly towards my goals. Because I know that I get way more motivation out of doing these things than I would by doing like other people's demands or whatever. Because I've experienced that before. I've experienced not enjoying the whatever and stuff. Okay, so today what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to make a head for this, and so we could look into the sketch, maybe the sketch that I was doing. Maybe I can put you over to the side and then put that in there, put you guys over. Oh, yeah. Okay, sketching time. What is on the other side? Nothing. That's nice. At least I can still make some musical notes. Despite my sniffly and my sore throat, I can still hit those notes or whatever. That's pretty nice. Yeah, yes. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay. One thing I realized when I was in bed today, thinking about the project, I made the realization that wherever there's a glue thing, there is kind of a sometimes it can create a crease. Okay, it wasn't as obvious as I thought it was, but in some cases, like here, it has a crease that is sharper. So I could use that for I could use that behavior for stuff. Like if I were to have a crease around here that goes like that way, I could shape this in a different way. And if I had a crease like here, I could make the knees much more appealing. And yeah, I could. That is one of those things that I would learn for the next time, and not go through like making big changes to this one. This one is kind of whatever it is. Like it will turn into whatever it turns into, and then I can look at that result and I can make decisions, or I can make observations upon or about this that then can go on to help me make the next one. And if I spend a billion years trying to make this first one, then I won't be encouraged to make another one, because I will know that, oh, it takes so freaking long that I'm not even bothering to, like, I'm not gonna bother to even do it for the next time. Okay, so what I've realized then is that if we have a shape that is like if I make a cube, if I make a square, it might be easier to if I make it kind of closer so that I don't waste space. If we make a cube, not a, well, maybe a cube too, but for now just a rectangle. And then we figure out the head shape. So if we do like the tufts go to this high, then the center could be like there, I believe. And then if we then think that there, I don't know how easy that is, but if we think that the point where it starts curving down here could start at around maybe here, and then here, and then the point where it starts curving from the jaw to here could be around maybe here. And then I'm seeing now that this is not equal, or it's not the same height, which is not necessarily a problem, but it could be annoying at best. I don't know. Or is it? Maybe not. Okay, I'm just gonna do that. Okay, now we have the things, and then we have like kind of a roundish top. Okay, now we have like a roundish bottom. Now, how would we get this shape? If we take into consideration that I can bend around, because I also want it to be kind of round, right? And I want the eyes, if I can figure out like where I want the eyes. Maybe I can find where I want the nose. Maybe in the middle here. And then I could maybe do something like this. That's not a round. I went not very maybe if I make some guidelines. And then yeah, screw it. I mean, the eyes are going to be like puppet eyes either way, so it doesn't matter if these are not circular, but it gives some context. And then maybe mouth like that, and then the ears might come out of there. Okay. Not sure how visible that is, but hopefully that makes sense. And so from a different perspective, I kind of want maybe like if I make another box. Okay, that might be a little bit too long, but it could also be quite nice. Okay, if I make a thing to showcase where the nose height is, roughly. And then the eyes. And then I make yeah, then I can start making like a if I make this there, then I can make something like this, and then maybe make some. Wait, okay, if I do yeah, I'm figuring this out while I'm doing this. I don't really have any workflow for sketching out my characters, because I rarely do it, because I don't know what I'm doing, so therefore I simply don't do it ever, which is not really what you want to do, but oh well. Maybe something like that. And then what do we do now? I can maybe like make this, and then I don't know how head shapes would be from the side. I could have looked that up, but now I'm trying to see. Wait, what if I make it like line up kind of with the tuft? If it keeps its roundness, and then okay, I could maybe and then maybe have this a bit higher up actually, and that kind of maybe works. And then we have the ears going like maybe at the back-ish. Okay, okay, I'm just gonna make lines because then that could be easier. Easier to guess stuff. Okay. Maybe this could go in a bit, but this is mostly for an idea. I guess the eye is kind of, I don't like how the eye is placed there. But this is from the side, so it does make sense. Okay, I'm doubting myself. That's not necessarily a good thing. It's not necessarily a bad thing either. Thinking about these things a bit more could lead to better results, but overthinking can also lead to worse results, right? So it's a balance. Well, bro, be talking about balance? No, that can't be real. Okay, so how would I make this then? Okay, what is the aim? I am aiming to make the face out of the black fabric, which is pretty tight-ish, so I can have the eyes. How would I determine, or how would I? Oh, this is okay. How would I? I hope the eyes are visible because black on black. I think we have some. Ooh, I should look into eyes. I have a lot of eyes downstairs actually. just gonna go get some more water, because water is important when sick and in general. Okay. Oh. Okay. So, we have several types of eyes of different sizes. Apparently we also have a Lego piece. Lego technique thing. So, we've got huge eyes. Maybe a bit too huge. We've got medium eyes. That seem pretty perfect actually. Absolutely perfect size. Okay. Then we have funny googly eyes of various sizes. Perfect size. And yeah. Wait, did I like essentially I might have actually done the proportions of the eyes. Yeah, because this looks awful. Like what? This actually kind of looks kind of cute. What? Ain't no way. Okay, so we got quite a few of those. We also have some with little shorter hooks on the back. Might be easier to use those. We also have these, which were magnet thingy. Oh, we got... Well, these are too small. No, they're not necessarily too small. If I find yet another. Okay. Looks a little bit horrifying. I'm not gonna lie. However, it's not completely too bad or whatever. I'm just gonna put my phone there. I have some with clay on them because why not? Gotta have the. Oh yeah, true. You. Okay, that does not work. What? Jesus. Okay, so it's either these, those, or these. I could go with the googly eyes. We have some, maybe some bigger ones. It might be fun with googly eyes too, because then she can actually look around, and that might be. I don't have one. I don't have any that can like look around. So maybe this one could work. Yeah, because these aren't sticky, so I gotta glue them on with the hot gun. But yeah, then she can look very dumb in some cases, which would maybe be fun. That could be quite fun. So yeah, maybe that. And then we have some truly tiny ones here. Like, really itty bitty. They are tiny. Maybe I could pepper her with eyes. Tiny, mortifying eyes. Or maybe like extreme. Nah, I think these, if I'm going for googly eyes, these might actually be the ones. Very likely maybe those. But if I'm going for like black ones, I might do any one of these. So I will then find, and that was too small. Yep. You are also maybe too small, I think it looks like. Oh, it was these. These would probably stick on way better. And like keep their seal or whatever. Oh, I have more of the ones that stick on, or that are flat on the back. Huh. Okay. Well, yeah, we also have some that have nail polish on them. Those might be cool for like certain characters. And then do I have more of that one? I do. And yeah. So those are the eyes for now. I will put them into this so that if I drop this container, they're not going to be absolutely everywhere. Okay. I can put them into... Yeah, I can put them into 2 different ones. Oh. That's not gonna be any... That's not gonna lead to any issues down the line. Certainly not. Yeah, okay. And then I can put the ones that I'm thinking of into here. This one. Can you see? Yeah, you can see. Okay. Yeah, I bought a whole bunch of these because each one was about $2. So I bought. Oy, 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 oy. I bought. These are some of them. And so, yeah, because we have a lot of knickknacks or whatever, like tiny things. Because, you know, we're both artists, and so we need some, every now and then we need some... No! Not on my pencil. How dare you guys not tell me about this? It's fine, guys, it's fine. I'm just disappointed, not mad at all. Okay, but now we have kind of a head shape idea. How would I come to form that? I have not put a clue. I am thinking that we could use these green ones. Oh, they are different. This one is slightly more yellow than this. Huh, that's interesting. Could also be the white on it. Maybe it's reflecting light in some way that it makes it look like that. Or maybe this has been next to the yellow ones for a long enough time for it to discolor. Okay. I could also use more of the big yellow sponge. But I could also not do that. What? I can? That's so revolutionary. I can do nothing? No, I do not believe that I can do nothing. I would not. If if I could do nothing, I wouldn't. I wouldn't do nothing. I would not do nothing. What? Hello? Okay. Now maybe we have head shape. Yeah. Okay. Let's get right into it, shall we? What do we need first? What do we need to do? We need to figure out which pieces. Okay, how do we create the pieces? Because I could make this from. Oh no. I could have a seam here. And then have a seam under the eyes, or where the nose will be, so that it can jut out. And then make it so it's like that, maybe. I don't know. And then maybe it goes all the way back. Okay. What to do? This is the part of the process where I'm like, what do I do now? I don't want to ruin this. I've spent so much time on making it. So if I ruin it now, it will be so sad. But what I can do is that I can make one head, and then I can look at what I'm doing, and then I don't have to glue it on. Like the one that I used as to show what I'm creating in the first stream. I haven't attached the head because she keeps falling off. Well, the head keeps falling off. I think maybe I should glue it on now that it gives me flexibility, I guess. I don't know. What to do when no clue? We can cough. How would I make that form? Because if I do this, it does. If I cut here, I could glue it, and so I would have a sharp seam. And so if I how would I do that? Okay, if I cut the inside, then I could have a. Okay, this is when trying to figure it out beforehand could be a disaster. So I will essentially try whatever I can think of. Okay, I need to think of the shape of this in 3D space. Like, how is this shape in 3D? Not just how is it on paper. I need to rotate it in my brain. Do I though? I don't know. I could do it I can do what my gut tells me. And since I have everything on camera, it won't be a problem if I forget it later on. However, I don't know where to start, and that makes me nervous. So it's fine to be nervous about art and craft. Maybe I start by gluing this like that. And then maybe I could do something like this, and then if I do this, it gets the shape, right? It kind of gets the shape of like going in. So if I trim the upper part, if I make it the same size-ish, sort of the same size as the reference. Okay, which one is closer? Okay. It doesn't matter, I think. If I look at it from the side, what I want is essentially for this to come in together closer, so then I can hold me closer, down him, da 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 ba bum bum, ba da ba dum bum. Okay, and then now that we have that form, we can start to snip it away from the back, maybe? How would we do that? Maybe we could do da boom. It is very... Okay, wait, if I glue this, then it might be easier to... Wait a minute, if I cut this even more... Because the downside of failing here is very little, or like the repercussions for failing is very little, because I have piles, I have boxes upon boxes of sponge that I have very little use for, because I don't make a lot of this anymore, so I can fail without worrying about that. Of course, there is a lot of plastic waste, so that's kind of one thing about it, but if I choose to not think about that for the moment, to like allow myself to experiment, then it might be that it might not be as bad or whatever. Okay. Now, if we... I don't know if the cutting off... Okay, if I do it this way, because I don't know if it was... Wait, if I do it this way, I can find out. That's not very... I don't like that head shape, so I'm gonna go with this. Yeah, okay. Oh, boing. Okay, no, this way. Then I mean, it could be like a fancy bunny thing with a different-ish look than what I would usually go for, I guess. Maybe I could cut away this. Yeah, to make sure that the ears can come on. Okay, you know what? There comes a time when thinking is holding us back. That time might be now. Yeah, high quality stream, sniffling and coughing. Very, very necessary for a quality stream. Okay, might be Sturknet. Sturknet? Who up Sturkning today? Not me. I don't have an opening in there now, though. So that could have been something I could change, maybe. Because I don't have an opening in here, so it might be difficult to make it go with the neck, or like get onto the neck. But it might not necessarily be that big of a problem in the long run. Okay. Yeah, I can already see sort of where this might be going. Then I'm just gonna be opening a path for the steel wire, just so it doesn't get completely locked in there. Okay. I guess I could already sort of shape it into more of a bunny-esque look. So I'm just gonna start trimming this on the side. Oh yeah, wait a minute. We had the thing on the down. Oh shit. Okay, well. No, we also had a little. So then I can maybe do it like this. This. And then maybe this. The reason I don't usually cut them into shape is because they become very blocky. But I guess we could see if that is actually a problem or if that's negated when the fabric comes on. Because it could be a thing that looks very jarring now, but then when the fabric comes on, all the problems just fade away. That's when the process has to be trusted. Because all the problems that you can see now are not gonna, or most of the problems that you can see now will not be there later. And will be resolved by following the process. And whatnot stuff. I don't know. Okay. Now we have some resemblance of head shape. Oh. We could just make a little thing. So yeah, this could actually be all we do. Yeah, it could be as simple as that. Yeah, you know what? That is actually way simpler and way easier, and if I spend way more time on this than that, I am afraid I will essentially just kind of waste time. Yeah, I think I can cover that up by something. Or maybe have it open and then have that a part of the design. Okay, and then we do with the eyes, or we see what might work. Okay, that might be a bit difficult. Yeah, okay. So, I don't know if I want those. It could be very much, a lot easier to attach these. Do bum ba 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 da ba 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 da do ba da bow ba ba lu bi bow ba 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 dee bow ba ba da ba ba da boo ba da ba da do. Yeah, I think I could have done this again with. Wait a minute. If I. Nah, you know what? Frick it. Maybe I'll just. Wait, yeah, I could glue these ones on. Those. But those kind of feel too small. Okay, I think I've settled then. Yeah, I've now settled for what I want, I guess, and so now I can do the fabric part. I don't. Well, I could probably finish the feet and maybe the hands. Do I need longer hands than this? I guess I could use the rest of this for the hands. Symmetry mode activated. Pretty symmetric. If I square them first. Pretty symmetric this time. You can see the Well, it's kind of, if I do it this way, I guess it might make it less difficult to see it, maybe, because they were kind of curving. I don't know. I'm satisfied with that. And that I will use as the hand. Do I really need that? Do I really need these hands? Can I might be able to. Well, no, I can cover this in fabric, and so they might look nice. It's not fun being sick. Yuck, essentially, is what I'm experiencing. And I guess you guys also are experiencing the same yuck, because you're listening to this for some reason. There must be some reason. If you are actually listening to this, if you died while in the intro of this, I guess you're not still listening to this. Oh, I'm not even showing it. What? That's so cringe. Oh, I let go too quick. Oh, that's too much. Yeah, being able to turn the head and stuff is quite fun. Because then I can pose the figurine afterwards. And that's kind of why I got into stop motion skeletons, or why I wanted one of those. Because I wanted to be able to move my characters. Because originally I was making characters in clay, like figurines in clay. Wait, did I change the name of this? Yeah, to part 3. Bunny figurine. Wait. Did I change? No, I did not change the the part 6 of Marius Art Crafting 6. Yeah, right. If I now go back to this, it should be fine for me to move it about. If I move my mouse away, then it won't be in the way. Ugh. I forgot to cut you. Oh no. Yeah, big hands, big feet, tiny main body, huge legs. Sure, that can be appealing. Do I start filling this in or something? I could. I have random scraps that would probably fit in here. Yeah. Most likely would actually fit in there. What about this one? Yeah, perfect actually. At least that's what it seems. What if I can... maybe. What if I can, like... Yeah! Maybe that actually was... Yeah! Let's go! My back hurts. But so does all of my other... my... that so does everything else, I guess. So, oh well. Yeah. My skill with sponges grows when I can... oh! Or I can tell when my skill grows when I can do simpler things and achieve my goals more effectively or efficiently. If I need less cuts to do the same thing, I have improved. This is usually how I measure improvement. Like if I spend the same amount of energy on doing something, I've not improved. If I spend way less energy, I have improved. And so that's how I keep track of whether or not I improve or not. So if I spend a month making one thing and then I do it again and I also spend a month, I've not actually improved. Well, of course, there's also different ways I measure it, like how confident I feel when doing these things. Like when I feel confident, I'm like, yeah, I've done this enough times now that I can say that I understand somewhat what this is. Or how to do things and stuff. And yeah. Yeah, it seems like that crease thingy actually works. Because it's kind of showing it now. Hopefully that actually improves it and doesn't just kind of make it ugly. Yeah! Okay, I've done way too much at the same time. I'm showing this on camera. Okay, there's a small indent on this side, but it's fine. She a little damaged, but she fine. She got the goods in other places. She knows she knows where her strengths lay, so she doesn't need perfectly unpushed in cavity or unpushed in cranium. So far, actually quite satisfied. There are of course some things that I'm not very satisfied with, but oh well. What can I do about them? Everything. Do I get myself some darker balls? Because I don't know if I have some, but I could go and look. And I also have to piss. So I can go and look and then have a piss. Whoa. 2 piss in a 1 stone. Yeah. What he said. Okay. I didn't find any black pom-poms. So, but I found a lot of other pom-pom balls. I even found some hard ones, even though they are huge. They are very, like, yeah, I don't know, they would not fit. Well, it was worth a try. I have these two, which I used for the head and maybe the breasts of the other one. But I think I want to do these, because these have actual shape to them. And if I can't cover one in... Oh yeah, maybe I can cover them in the fabric first before gluing them on after. That could be one way to do it. Because I don't know if I'm going to be making the breasts glue onto after I've wrapped it or before. So I so I am going to do whatever I feel like when the time comes. Ooh, also I have these little things which I have an idea for. Like I can pin them in the chest, in the breast area, and they will be like golden details on black and white. So I guess I could, for now, I could just make these pin in. And then pin in again on this side. And then there we go. Just to simulate the scale, I guess. I could also check with one of these to see if it actually wants to go into one of these or how it looks. That actually looks kind of cute, not gonna lie. Maybe I could, instead of gluing... Oh yeah, no, I need to glue them too. But yeah, that kind of looks a bit cute. I like how they kind of have little nipples, which is very cute. And then you can see the tiniest little prick on the back. Whoa. But yeah, that seems to work, which is wonderful. Hopefully the scale of these will look nice in proportion to everything else, but so far it might work. So far I believe it could work. Yeah, okay. And then put these away. Actually, I can put them to the side so that we... Nah, I don't need that. But yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna be wrapping the chesties with fabric or not, but oh well. We will figure that out as we come along, I guess. I could start to think about how I would want to have bells on her, because I want some bells, because bells are cute. They look pretty nice. Maybe some of these around here. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I could make like a coat, and then she has coat jingle bells. Jingle bell, jingling all my jingling and yongelong and yongling and ying and jingling, yongelong, yinging all the yong, yingling, yingelonging, yong, yong, ying, ying, yong, 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 ying. Ying 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 yang, yong 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 ying, ying ying yang, yong yong yang yang ying. Ying yang, Yin yang 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 yo oh ong yo yang yong yin yang yong yang yong yin yin yang 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 yong yin ging gang ging gong 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 ging ging gang gong gong ging gang gong gong ging gang 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 ga ga go gang ging. Oh, I'm drinking so much water. I'm drinking so much water that my piss is clearer than my working glasses. Like, it's easier to, well, okay, maybe that's a, when they're up like this, it's way, okay, never mind. In my head, they were less clear, but, okay. Yeah. I found 3 more sponges downstairs. That goes to show how over-prepared I became, or how over-prepared I was when I got all of these sponges. Also, I am beginning to suspect that I'm still in the beginning phase of my sickness, because usually I get sick and then it like stops after like a day, no, like a few days, but I don't know. It could be that this time it is actually a sickness that will last for a long time-ish. Also, I'm thinking about taking 2 of these. Of course, I had to put the magnet right there. Magic. Yeah, that can work. Okay. Yeah, I can figure out, because these are essentially the same size as the, that's not nearly as far. Ugh. Okay, well, that's certainly not centered when we take into consideration about this one. Yup, you are not centered whatsoever. Or, you're not symmetric, I mean. Oh no. Well, the eyes are kind of important because it will make her either look dumb or pretty. Maybe it can be both. Maybe she can be dumb pretty. Prettily dumb. Prettily dumb, da 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 dumb da 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 pretty. Pretty da da. Boom beep ba 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 dum. Ba 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 da da dum. Hum bum ba dum ba da biddy bum bum. What if we only do one for now? Well, the head shape is certainly not symmetric either. Okay, well, I will. I think it also is because of the nipple thingy. Like, she does not look like she's having fun. No! She looks like she's on the run. Yeah! Where is she going? Where is she now? I'm sitting and crying inside of a cow. I'm going to Spain, I'm going to feel pain, but I don't know my vein. Doop-ba-da-ba-ba-bow. Boop-ba-dee-ba-ba-how. I don't know what to say, I don't know where to go, because my stubby toe is my O. Deep-a-dee-boop-ba, boop-ba-ba-bow, beep-a-dee-boo-ba, ba-ba-ba-bow, boop-ba-da-beep-ba, boop-ba-da-bow, boop-ba-da-bee-da, ba-ba-ba-da-bow, beep-ba-da-ba-bow, boom-bam-biddy-ba-da-dow, yip-yip-bow. Yep. Yeah, yeah, wow. Ba-da-ba-ba-bow. Ba-bum bum ba ba. Bum 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 no 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 no. Oh no 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 no. Do 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 ba 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 ba. Ba ba dum ba da 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 da. If I thought my vocal cords weren't fucked already, I might wait. No, if I think how if I remember back to how fucked my vocal cords are, maybe I should not be singing right now. Usually, I have my desk slightly taller for arts and crafts stuff, because then I can sit kind of at this height and do stuff instead of having this, because then I end up shrimping. But everything, like, I have my lights set to a specific height that is in relation to the... Wait a minute. The camera stand or the microphone stand can go taller. But I have to plug in my desk. I don't feel like that right now. Is it really that big of a problem, or am I just annoying? Maybe if I had it the other way, so it would be like it went that way or whatever. Because if I do this, it might, yeah, that seems a little icky to me. So I'm going to be making this go inwards on itself. That's how I will be making the ankles, I think. Yeah! I learned that from these. Whoa, whoa, ease. I am a cheese. Am I though? Am I really a cheese? Wouldn't that be fun to be a cheese? You get eaten. That's not what I... Well, I don't want to get eaten. Marius confronts war. No, not confronts. Marius talking about war? Question mark. I had higher hopes for Marius than this. How dare him talk about such a subject on live stream? What? How dare him even suggest such a thing? How dare him even acknowledge the existence of such a icky or whatever? I don't know. Ah, yeah, the sniffling. Oh, yes, the coughing as well. Gotta have that. If you don't have coughing on a stream, what are you doing? Am I right, guys? Yeah. Yeah. How do I make the back of the ankle? I guess I could like do this and then like glue. Maybe I could glue this stuff together. Now I'm actually analyzing and observing what does what. Whereas before I've kind of just been like, I'm gonna just make this. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do this and I'm gonna do that, and then oh, it works. Wow, nice. I'm gonna have to learn that from scratch the next time too. Yeah, and then I don't actually learn, and then I try to make a character after the one that I'm making, and then everything just goes downhill again, and I'm just like, oh, I thought I learned something. How can I not have learned something yet? And then I'm sad, and then I'm unglad, and then I'm profoundly disappointed with myself, and then I convince myself that I must be trash. I must not be capable of anything. I must give up now. I will never be talented at anything. I keep running away from everything. I keep running from one thing to another. How am I supposed to do anything? How am I supposed to learn and progress and do anything if I can't even sit still? You know? Or at least some people might think that. And those people are wrong, I swear, guys. I am correct. I should be able to do whatever because I am the prophecy. I am the man from the prophecy. I am the world is gonna know my name. Oh, that's not the song. The world's gonna know that. And when I take your hand, that's also not the song. The world's gonna know your name. Oh, no, 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 living in the wall of the Hall of Fame. You're a champion. You're a no, they're gonna invent a new word for me. You're a Marius. That's not a new word, but you get what I mean. I am the best. Da 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 da. I am the best. Da da da. It's not clear now to anyone because people can't see the future, whereas I certainly can. Nah, I'm just so delusional that I've convinced myself that it's way more likely for me to get famous than it is for me to survive or sustain myself of a regular day job at this point. Because I can't see myself doing that, but I can see the path. I feel like I can see the path to fame way clearer than I can see a sustainable living from a 9 to 5, a regular 9 to 5. So that's kind of what keeps me motivated all the time, or a lot of the time. Of course, there are times when I'm just like, oh, I don't believe this anymore. I just want to stop and do nothing. Why do I have to have such high ambitions? It's so tiring to do. And then I'm like, oh, I wish I had less ambition so I could just be satisfied with the day job. Because, yeah, it's not easy, but it feels to me that it's going to be easier to get famous or to acquire fame than it will be to work a day job the rest of my life. Of course, there are problems with fame. Like, I'm not saying that fame will get me all I want and will be perfect, but I'm taking steps to like ensure that a lot of the common mental health problems and the negative things that sprout from fame, I'm taking preemptive measures to avoid some of those things, or avoid ending up in many of those types of situations. However, it's not possible to remove all of the possibility for those things, but for some of those things I might be able to like prevent, or at least be more mentally prepared. So like if I make a very bad mistake, I can at least recognize that, oh yeah, I made a mistake. This is where, if I just try to brush it under the rug, this is where people will start to get decisive, or like, will start to be like, oh, he's a bad person, I dislike him now, or whatever. Like I've watched a ton of like the rise and fall, or like drama content in the past on YouTube, because I've been like, you know what, I might become famous someday, so I should probably like mentally prepare myself for that, because it's not that I'm just like, oh, I want to become famous. That's like, it's not that I want to become famous. It's that seems like the easiest way for me to earn a living off my art, and be able to do it all of the time, essentially, rather than to have like a regular 9 to 5 and also making art. Because if I spend all of my energy working in 9 to 5, then I'm afraid that I won't have energy left to make art. Because that's kind of what happened for a long while. As I was working at the last place that I worked, I was kind of like so done with the projects when I came home, and I was so done with Blender, and I was like, oh. But for a long time, I was kind of like, oh, okay, 8-hour 8-hour workday, and then come home and do even more Blender, because I really like Blender. But that, I think, might have gotten too much. I don't remember. Everything is such a blur about that whole thing, so it could be that's what happened. It could also very well be that I don't recall enough about the situation. But oh well. What's there to do now? Like, if I was offered the opportunity to go back, I don't think I would get it, because I know how toxic the work is, like the people and the expectations and stuff. So I don't think I would ever go back. Whereas I did see a lot of people who started working there who worked there previously, and that was quite interesting, because I was under the impression that, like, if I get the opportunity to not work here, I don't think I would ever come back. But I don't know. Maybe that changes. Maybe if I have an urge to work on huge projects that like don't care about me as an individual, maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll consider it. But since I've realized like working on those kinds of stuff requires you to kind of distance yourself, like untie your ego from the work that you do, because there's a client who will decide whether or not something is correct or not, then yeah, that kind of work really just defeated me. It was like, oh, I'm done with this thing. Oh, I didn't have to do all of that work because they didn't like it either way. Oh, thank you for telling me that after after several hours of doing the same task over and over again and even redoing it from scratch. What? No way. Thank you guys. I'm so happy for your guys' ideas, your guys' input on these things. Yeah. Hire the artist so you can make them do the work and then sit there and complain. That is, yeah, I really like that kind of work. I wish I did that more often, he says, but does not really mean. Yeah, I really like the ability to kind of come up with my own ideas and then have my own envisions for how that will be, and then I can actually make, or whatever I make, I can decide whether or not that is enough or if that is not correct or whatever. So working there really made it clear to me how much I need that to be the case for prolonged projects. Like if I'm working on projects that I have no control over and I'm just kind of being there because they need manpower or whatever, but they don't need thoughts about how it's supposed to be done. Yeah, I don't feel like that is where I belong. Not because I'm better than people who do that work, it's that I am better at a different type of work. Like I'm bad at that type of work. Or not necessarily bad at it, but I'm that's not where I would flourish, is essentially what I'm trying to say here. It's not that I can't work when being given instructions, or like when the instructions are entirely out of my hand, but it's kind of like I have a hard time flourishing as a person when I have no say over how the thing is supposed to be done, or the ideas and stuff. So that's another encouragement, another thing that encourages me to push myself way further than I probably need to, for like either fame or whatever. Like I don't think fame will be perfect. I doubt so. I honestly believe it will be quite a challenge to navigate a world where I'm like famous and whatnot. But I believe through my life I've had, like a lot of people have already, like I'm very used to being recognized, because I apparently take up a lot of space in people's minds, so people remember me and stuff. And so I'm very used to, I'm kind of used to people coming up to me on the street and being like, "Yo, are you Marius?" And I'm like, "Yes." And then I'm like, where do I know you from? And then like they tell me like, "Oh, I know you through Discord." And I'm like, "Oh, okay. I thought I completely forgot about you, but no, it turns out I've never met you." And that is quite that is quite a weird it's quite a weird feeling when you meet someone and they say your name and like, "Oh, wait, I don't know you. I don't remember your face. How do you know my name?" And then it's like, "Oh, through Discord. Oh, okay, you know me through Discord. Okay, that makes sense." But that split second before knowing where they know me, it's like, who are you?" And I'm just, yeah. Because it feels like, oh shit, this is a person I've probably talked with, because who else would recognize me, am I right? But then they just go like, "Oh, hey, I know you from this place." And I'm like, "Oh, okay, that makes so much sense." So I'm kind of used to that aspect, and I'm also used to like the like being pointed at and being made fun of, like laughed at, because when I grew up, people found me very weird. I think like people made it. It was very fun. No, it was very easy to make fun of me. So a lot of people made fun of me. And what I learned is that when someone laughs at me, it's not actually that bad. Like I know a lot of people who are like terribly afraid of being laughed at, and it's like it's not the world's end. But I can understand why it feels so bad, because we don't want to be singled out and like socially attacked in some way, because that's kind of what being laughed at can feel like. It can feel like you're being attacked by a group of people. But I've come to like through exposure to that type of feeling, like the laughing at me, like getting to know that feeling very well, has taught me that it doesn't matter if someone laughs at me or with me. Like I get them to laugh, and people like laughing, and so a lot of the times it's actually a positive thing when people laugh at me. And so one of those, like those are the types of realizations that make me believe that fame and like being known as an artist or whatever is possibly one way that I can actually stay as an artist, or like be an artist long term, and not like have to stop making these things and then have a job, like a regular job. Oh, it's a musical note. There we go. It's one of those tones. Okay, we have now gotten ourselves the things. Now it's time to start wrapping it. That's, I don't know if that's rap, but that's it is certainly probably something. Okay, what do I want to have? I think I will do everything with the black and then layer on top some of that white stuff. Layer on top some of that white stuff. Da 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 ba da bing beady bong bong. Okay. Yeah. If I first do not succeed, I will try again. JK, I will give up and cry every time that I die. Place a skibidi in my eyes. I wrote the song while skibidi rests, and I am Marius, and I'm going to die someday. Doop-a-dappa, someday. Doop-a-dappa, hopefully not someday soon. Da-da-da. Yeah, I do kind of have like a feeling that if I do make it very big, there's a high chance of me just dying for some reason. I don't know why. I just kind of have like a feeling that I might die at some point, and then like not like reach famehood or whatever, and then I don't know. That would probably be best for my art, because then I can't, if I'm dead, I can't make people upset with me. Because if I do end up being famous and people actually look up to me, and people start treating me as this saint who's like, oh, this amazing person, like expecting me to be like amazing person and whatnot. Oh, yeah, yeah. If that happens, I'm definitely going to let down some people, because nobody is perfect, and those who believe it are set up to be disappointed. Because nobody is perfect. That means everyone's flawed. Because that is true, I am going to be bald. Maybe I don't think so, but that could be true. And that is why I'm ahead of you. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, this is easier. Okay, it is quite dirty, which is kind of annoying. But oh well, what can I do? Wash it? No, I can't do that. That's impossible. How is it going to get clean? Okay, if I first think about the layout of... Wait, do I make it just completely white? No, completely black. I could. Just all of it black first and then add the white fluff on top. Okay, if I firstly... if I firstly essentially make some arms, some sleeves or whatever, what shall we call it? There we go. Then we can wrap that around up here. Make this straight. Maybe even erect outward. And then maybe even over to the other side. What if I do this with the leg instead? Or use this for the leg instead? How would I do this? don't want it to have wrinkles. I want it to be as tight as it can. Okay. That could be something. Yeah. Ugh. I'm gonna go sniff my snuff, and gather some more. It's maybe snack time. Nah, not yet. I'm gonna go sniff my nose again because I did it long ago. this room is a complete and utter mess. And a chaos at the same time. But that doesn't stop me. At least not today. Hey, 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 hey. Okay. I guess I could also try out the main body to see how that would be. Yep, I'm gonna do this then. Oh, I should take a picture so that I have something to remember about how it was created and stuff. I forgot the head. Okay. Go get. I wish I took a picture of the skeleton, but I can do that next time. Yeah, that's possible. Okay, she does have a tad bit too slim of a physique, so I'm going to be doing the impossible. I'm going to be gluing on some of these. Maybe. I don't know. Nah, you know what? Frick it. I can add belt so it look more intentional. Because when I add a belt, it will add some girth. And that might be alright then. What if I add bazoobies right now? How would they impact the form? They might actually make it look way nicer. Yeah, because then it will not just be balls. It will actually be physique. I don't know if that was the right word there, but okay. Chesticles. One here. Maybe. And then one. I'm just gonna make sure they are the same size. Yep, seems like it at least. And then on this side. Hopefully they're somewhat symmetrical. But they're not symmetric entirely in real life, so I guess it's more realistic. If not, then push them in a slight bit when they are ready for that. Yeah, this lack of any... Yeah, that might actually turn out to be not so epic. However, I don't know exactly what I would do with it. Nah, I'ma make sure. I'ma try and see if that actually does make it difficult later. Then I can glue this. Yeah, because if I have this around here, it might seem fine without that. It might actually be nicer without any girth. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. That's what we're figuring out. Okay, they are now securely attached. It seems, at least. There is strings attached. Ain't no way. Ooh wee. Okay, that might not be all that symmetric, but oh well. Okay, now back to this thing. Hopefully it didn't make the fabric not cooperate anymore. That would suck. It looks so wonky. Oh well. We will figure out if that is fine or if that is something I will need to fix in later figurines. Okay, I do actually like how it goes over the shoulder. Yeah. But yeah, then I'm gonna crease it in a little bit. And then I can fasten it there. Right. I think I'm gonna start doing this now. So first off, I will be applying some glue here so that I can glue this in place so that everything can be locked in place. I can probably use this here. Yeah. Yep, that seems to work. Yeah, nice. Now I need to spread this a little bit and make some room for the glue. Well, I don't know if this lines up as well as how I wanted it to, but it's fine. I can make do with that. Who needs a rib cage anyway? Oh yeah, wait. I'm gonna do this thing. Sniff, 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 sniff. Okay. If I remove this outy sticky, it might be less in the way. Yeah, rib cages are overrated, honestly. Who needs one? Not this character. Yup. Anyone coming into the stream ever would go like, what the hell is he doing? Why is he sniffling so much? And what is he making? And I'm not explaining anything. Ugh. Oh. Yeah, this may well become. This might very well become very unwatchable afterwards because I'm just sneezing all over the place, snotting all over the place. Yeah, that's pretty nice, right? Yeah, definitely, 100% what people want to be here for. Especially when it's so repeated, like all of the time. I guess the downside of working with a black fabric is that it will show very easily where my glue gun has been. And yeah, that might be not very visually pleasing, but then again, it doesn't matter. can wait with that until I know where I need to cut. Like for example here, I know exactly where to cut. Oh, Jesus. I don't want to run down. You know what? I don't want to sniff. Well, I'm gonna sniff either way. Yeah. Oj då. I'm gonna go make myself a cup of tea with some honey. Maybe that will help. I've come to the conclusion that I will be ending stream soon, so it's time for the guitaring to take place. Remember, tomorrow I can continue. Maybe I can reflect upon what I've done today, and then I can reason out some ways to proceed with this when I wake up tomorrow, because I tend to do that in the mornings, like reason out, like, okay, what can I do now? How do I proceed? And that helps me notice things that I usually wouldn't, maybe. This silhouette is insane. Certainly realistic. Oh well. That does not matter, because it's not a realistic... It's not a real human either way. It's a sponge. It's sponge around steel. It can't be real. Me trying is essentially waste. No, it's not waste. What am I trying to prove here? Oh, soon the violin will come, and I am looking so forward to that, because I'm so what's it called? I am... Okay. Why does it... I am so looking forward to... So looking forward for... That's it. So looking forward to playing the violin, because I've never played a violin, and it's gonna be interesting. I'm not gonna say it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be interesting, because it might be just this. It might be similar to how the trumpet was, where I could not seem to get it correctly. Trumpet. I should try the trumpet today. Now where is that heathen? Okay. I have had ideas for how to tackle the trumpet, but I haven't been able to do it this far. It is also quite oily, so I don't like touching it. But oh well. Yeah, to be honest, it smells. Did I not? I might have not cleaned it last time. Well, I'm gonna go wash my hands, because they're oily now. Well, not that oily, they're just noticeably sticky. Very slightly noticeable, though. Yeah. Also, I didn't add any honey to this tea, so it's not gonna fix my throat. At least not honey wise. It will warm my throat though. Okay. Oh. I turned the dial. Oi, oi, oi. No, no. Oh, why did I have to cough all over my screen? No. Did I at least get that on screen? How did that look from? Oh no. Wait, no. Oh. I turned the dial. Oi, oi, oi. No, no. At least there was no honey, so it's not gonna be sticky. Okay. I'm gonna dry that up so it doesn't just make a mess. Ugh. Don't stay there. It's everywhere. It's everywhere. At least not on my lens. If this was a bit, it was not worth it. But sadly, it was not a bit. Oh, if this ruins my monitor, if it seeps in and causes like water damage, oh, or tea damage for that matter. I spilt the tea in the bad way. What? No, wait. Aight. Time for some guitaring nonetheless. I'm gonna keep you there. Guitar practice. Hopefully I don't cough right now. Getting it out of the way first. Yeah, now I have learned how to drink tea. Oh. Ah. That. Or heck yeah. Okay, it's now 5 p.m. soon, so I'm gonna go. My nose is snuffly. It keeps dripping down into my mouth, which is not very fun. Tomorrow I will continue this thing. What? Is at least the idea. However, how that will play out depends entirely on how I feel. If I wake up tomorrow and feel better, hell yeah. If I don't, yike. But I might try at least to get some stuff done. Yeah. Oh, I'm so. Oh. No. There. Okay. Oh, I'm so tired in the brain. Yeah, loud noises or loud sounds, like all the sounds that I was listening to now, very, very not good for my me, because it makes my brain go like after a while, and so yeah. But it sounds more satisfying to, or it is kind of satisfying to play. Yeah, I've kind of given up on sniffing it back in. It just hurts my head. So I am going to go now. What? Oh yeah. Goodbye.